Good morning, Nathan. Yes, it really does. When it is clear like this, calm, not too windy, a lovely silhouette that does then form. It does almost look like a glass top when it is undisturbed. But no doubt if the zebra numbers are as high as they have been of late, it will get rather disturbed. And there we go, there the sandgrouse getting shooed away. You can hear that audio too, lovely sound. You can see one of those bush chickens bolting around. They are really quite quick when they do gap it. And that's exactly what's happening right now. So I did just touch on it being rather calm and not too windy at the moment. And in saying that, it's time for us to check out what the weather is doing across the different locations today. So we're just going to pay attention to the wildebeest right now. Lovely just to listen to the sandgrass. It's such a cool sound that they do make. There's a springbok as well. I did just hear one of those red-billed spurfowl too. So a fair amount going on here. And it's always cool when we have lots of action. So nice just to sit back and just enjoy the sounds of the morning. Doves calling too. And that awesome audio, as I said, of the sandgrouse right now. It seems that our giraffe has moved off. We've got quite a nice herd of wildebeest coming through to drink for us, but it is time for us to say good morning to Tishala and see what's going on on her end.
My giraffe are way off on that other side of the ridge, but I always say some giraffe, though far, is better than no giraffe. It's a safari. Well, if that didn't tell you who I am, I will now. It's me, Trishala, and you're watching Escape to Nature, and we get to spend a lot of time chilling out, watching animals, asking questions, just enjoying and escaping into the nature. I am at Kariga Game Reserve. This is still the eastern portion, and I'm going to head over to the west. I'm quite close to the gate, so I'm going to head over to the west in a moment. So far I haven't gotten any reports on the lions or the elephants, so it's just going to have to be an adventure for us in the west today. Maybe we'll just bump the lions like we did the other day, but I'm definitely going to stop off at the pan. It's quite close to the gate where we had those elephants. That's called Gora Pan. Of course, I'll show you when we get there. Stop off there, see what's happening, spend a bit of time at that pan. I love a good waterhole hunker down. Just stay there and see what happens. I remember one time in Djuma, it was one of those days where it was so hot that the only thing you could do in the middle of the day was park under a tree near a waterhole and bird, essentially. So Gert and I did that. And we had some elephants come down, some giraffe, and then in the distance, Mulwati, the leopard, walks by as well. So great things can happen. We're just sitting in one place and watching. And that's not just true for waterholes, it's true for anywhere. Sometimes you just sit in the grass, just be still for a little bit. Suddenly you begin to notice the little things that are creeping and crawling all over the place. And then things start to become comfortable and used to your presence and start to emerge even more, fly by, perch on you, near you. So much possibility. That's all for the west. Today in the east, we have our giraffe. Now I can usually come back to the east in the last hour or so of Escape to Nature. So you'll get a variety of animals to enjoy and discuss. Now these giraffe are way down towards the open plains, and there was a lot of activity going on. So there were about 20 of them. That's a lot of giraffe in one spot, certainly for me, but they are over 100 excuse me, there's about over 100 in this reserve. But for me, seeing 20 in a group was amazing. So I hope that they all come back up and they'll just dot the side of this little hill with their beautifully patterned bodies. You can see by the way that they're feeding that just because they have long necks doesn't mean they need to use it all the time. They don't always need to reach for the tips. Hi Justin, welcome. You say that you're excited to see the beautiful different varieties of animals today. I am too. I love stopping for all the little things, the big things, the weird things, strange things, whatever it is. I just love to share it with you. Sometimes not even the things that are living. Not always the biotic, but sometimes the abiotic, like rocks. Love looking at rocks. But Justin will do it all. At least I'll try my best to do it all. But I know better than to make predictions about what we will see in the bush, because more often than not, the bush gifts us what it wants to. Unless you are a very good and tireless tracker. Even then, it's a lot of the time, it's definitely skill with a sprinkling of luck. I'm quite high up on a crest at the moment, so around me is just open field, very grassy, whereas across there where the giraffes are feeding, you can see that the thicket is starting to become a little bit more dominant.
So we're just watching as this rather large herd of wildebeest starts to move off. There are a couple of calves there, noted by them being rather tawny in color. They do lose that tawny color around 3 months or so. They do start to then get that kind of brindley grey-brown color of the blue wildebeest then from there. Of course, that tawny color does serve a purpose. It does also help, obviously, when they form those little creches, and also aids with regards to being kind of camouflage in their surrounds too. But there's some springbok now coming down, and 1 or 2 more zebra also. Lots of bird activity right now too. The sandgrouse very vocal this morning. Blacksmith Lapwings also all about. No doubt at some point we will also have the Cape Crows. But for now, lots going on. Clouds do look rather dark. They're kind of southwest of us. But we'll have to wait and see how that all plays out throughout the course of today. But lovely start. Awesome to see. And fantastic to kick back and relax here in Okakuyo this morning. So this next zebra harem coming down to treat us. That grebe also making its way around the waterhole right now. I haven't heard any of the Egyptian geese. I'm sure they are still about. And there's the first of the Cape Crows that I was talking about too. So the zebra starting to treat us. Harem coming down, and the Makwasang grouse being rather vocal, and we just also got the vocals of the Cape Crow. So awesome to hear that too. And also just watching the grebe as it kind of dances about the waterhole right now. One or two wildebeest still about in frame. So we're just going to sit back and enjoy. It was a very peaceful start to a Monday. And it's nice to have all this action around. There's a lovely little zebra foal here as well. Also getting a little deeper into the water, which is lovely to see too. But great to have all this action. A couple of European bee eaters also flitting about, getting a bit of their audio too now. So lots going on in the bird world. Morning red, and the antelope we really see here are eland, and we have seen one red hartebeest here as well. So I'd say those are the two that would be the rarest, at least from those that we have seen. There are one or two smaller antelope, I haven't seen any of them, but the eland and red hartebeest being kind of the most scarce, for want of a better word. So that zebra kind of infantry definitely increasing in number. Lots of springbok, about 2 right now. And we've had very awesome bird vocals throughout the course of our start so far. Hopefully that'll also continue. It seems like the zebra also wanting to get into the fray of that. Iconic bray of theirs also hitting the airwaves. So if you have joined us, just so that you are aware, Wild Earth is looking for unique, jaw-dropping, beautiful wild animal sightings and encounters. And that's from you, the viewer. So if you have seen anything fantastic and managed to record it, and you're interested in the chance of earning some money, winning prizes, perhaps even seeing your names in the credits on the Wild Earth TV shows, please go ahead to our website. The website is wildearth.tv/content. Click on that and have a look. If you are interested, this is where you'll find the rest of the information that you will need for that. So do have a look. If you do have something fantastic that you wish to share, it looks like, yeah, we are getting straight back into our zebra action. Springbok also coming through, but being rather quick at it, kind of moving off. Looks like there's one impala as well, off to the background. But lots going on at the moment. You can't complain. It's always great when you've got good action like this. Our giraffe also kind of moving back into fray, and there are some more wildebeest as well. We can even hear some of them, and we can hear the European bee eaters right now, so very cool. Okay, turtle dove too. I also just got some of the audio of a mourning dove as well, so lots going on. It looks like a rather big herd of wildebeest at the moment too, so awesome to see all of this. Egyptian geese also coming through. Nice to have this giraffe hanging about as well, although I don't know if it'll come down to the water again. We'll just have to wait and see, but awesome to have it back in frame. It looks like a number of the other zebra moving off. Lots of springbok about, and they're always cool to enjoy and watch, spend some time with. Some younger springbok that are currently in frame. And of course, we've got one gemsbok that is here too. But lots going on here, and it is also time for us to shoot back across to Shoshala and see what's going on in Kariega.
I just moved across to the west, and already it is giving. You are not missing what I'm seeing. I'm just waiting for the secretary bird to come out on the other side. It's just dipped down. Come on, secretary bird. The reason I found it was because I saw a jackal running in the opposite direction. And then when I saw what the jackal was running from, it was a secretary bird. And it was bolting. Alright, it's coming. It's just obstructed by these milkweeds. The anticipation is killing me. There we go. Hello, you secretary bird. Aren't you just stunning? Come on, pop back up. Everyone's getting so excited. I love it. I'm usually the most excitable person. I get very excited. Especially when things amaze me. Just makes me want to put my hands on my head and go, that's it, like it's exploded. Come on, come on. I can't see it any longer. Unfortunately. I hope you managed to see the head and those very characteristic, very identifiable characteristic rather, of the quills on the head. Quill-like feathers. The shape looks like a writing quill, which is one of the theories as to how it got its name, because secretaries obviously write with quills, or at one point they would have. So that's one of the theories as to how it got its name. But the other theory of how secretary birds could have gotten their name was from Arabic. When you sound out the Arabic for hunter bird, it sounds very much like secretary. My Arabic pronunciation is non-existent, so I will not attempt to do it for you. But it does sound like secretary. Oh, okay. Well, we can just wait. Maybe the jackal will reappear, maybe the secretary bird will reappear.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I'm shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Now, the secretary bird has moved in the direction of Gorapan, the one I was mentioning to you earlier that I wanted to sit at. So we can go down there and hope for the best. I'm quite sure that the bird will be at least visible, if not a close-up, a little visible at least. So we've got to head down this road and over to that other side that you see there. Over on that area. So just in that drainage is the dam. So let me send you over to Okakoyo with Alex in the meantime while I make my way down.
Well, the action doesn't stop here at Ukukuyo, and Giraffe has come back for a drink. Of course, the zebra taking over the waterhole right now, wading right in. A lovely little foal there as well. And really lots going on. A hive of activity at the moment. There's literally life just about everywhere you look. There's also a lovely big wildebeest herd that was also through just now. The zebra numbers definitely increasing. But fortunately, the giraffe is getting its drink on as well. They are very cautious when they do get to waterholes, and when it is rather busy, sometimes tend to hang back a little bit before getting involved. But very cool, lovely to have all of this going on. Just with all that movement of the zebra, that kind of stamping and wading through, kind of knocking out a bit of the other audio that is about. Did still have one or two of those macro sandgrasses, but it does get rather loud with all of this going on. So looking like everyone kind of dispersed, and it was quite interesting seeing that that foal was the last one out of the water. Definitely also getting a fright, but everyone coming back down and getting right back into the swing of things. So it didn't take too much for them to kind of head straight back in, and you'll notice how they wade right in, very deep. Of course, churning the water up as well as they go about doing that. Springbok also trying to come through in good numbers as well on the left-hand side there. Awesome just to sit back and just watch the dynamics. It's always cool just seeing how a morning kind of unfolds, and you know how a little spook might get them all shooting out, but how quickly they regain that confidence and come straight back to it. So numbers building up. The zebra population swelling here at the waterhole right now. Quite amazing if you consider it was just a trickle of them earlier on, and now literally taking over almost the entire waterhole. Hi Greg, yes, the giraffe definitely taking over the roles of supervisor. Of course, very good eyesight, and also being very tall, being able to see quite far into the distance because of that elevated kind of head position of theirs. But it looks like the zebra aren't too fussed. They are just getting right in it. Little spook here and there, and literally returning straight back to drinking. Hi Crystal, I've got a few favorite sounds here. I quite enjoy listening to the sandgrass like we have today. The mourning doves are also very cool. And of course, I love seeing the black rhino and anything else that really comes down to join us. Ellie's always fun. It's lovely to see the zebra come through and be around and present like this in their good numbers. And it's also obviously cool when we see predators here and there. So quite a few, I would think, that are kind of high up on the list. But I think two sounds that I really enjoy, the Namakwa sandgrouse and the mourning dove as well. Hoopoe's always cool to hear as well. And of course, lovely to just have so much action, really. So the giraffe also picking up its confidence right now, also coming through like this. So lovely to hear that. And it does sound like we've got a different sandgrass around as well. Perhaps I will just have to actually just check this out before I do call that out. But it does sound like perhaps a different one of the species through here. So I'm still waiting to see if I can't pick up that audio again, and from there I'll try to get a better ID on it. But lovely to see all of this going on. Awesome to have the giraffe with us. It's not every day we do get to see them. Very, very cool indeed. Looks like the zebra slowly calming the farm, but we'll have to wait and see. Saw good numbers of them throughout the course of the day. It does sound like Birchall's sandgrouse, but I have to make an ID just now. It really has been a hive of activity today. Lots going on. Lots of springbok about as well. They're also here in good numbers today. And I think rather cool, it being a little bit overcast. So interesting just to see. Cute little foal also just there at the water's edge right now. And really quite fantastic. So just sitting here enjoying the morning's activities and chorus. Quite pleasant anyway. Nice to just immerse ourselves in this all. And nice just to sit back and enjoy it. So it looks like the giraffe slowly moving off now. But nice to have this kind of constant trickle of zebra at the moment. Awesome to have the prison ponies here and hanging about like they have been. And the springbok rather comfortable here, almost on the southern kind of bank of the waterhole right now. Lots of them, lots of springbok action that has taken place on that side. And it looks like they also kind of have a conveyor belt to them coming up to that side of the waterhole. So you'll notice more and more zebra coming down, kind of just replacing the ones that decide to move off. But quite interesting to note, there are times when they are rather exuberant, kind of trotting down here, and other times a little bit more subdued. Generally when they move off, always quite subdued. But always interesting to note, the different kind of mood of the animals when they do come down. Maybe some traveling further than others, perhaps also being thirstier than others as well. And clearly showing the signs of that elation really because of water that is present then. So it's always cool just to sit here and watch and see. Sometimes it's just a movement from one of the other zebras, perhaps even a grebe popping up close to one, giving it a fright and kind of setting the others off. Sometimes other birds, sometimes even the springbok perhaps doing something. And maybe every now and then also getting the whiff of a predator that might be in the area. Of course, we're not down there, and the sense of smell obviously isn't available to us right now. It could even be that one or two of them maybe are being boisterous, and then, you know, that kind of starting a chain of events, and everything else then kind of getting a fright, a little bit of a spook, running out, and then rushing straight back into the water to continue drinking. It's always interesting to see how it all folds out, or how that plan unfolds, kind of how the day kind of pans out with regards to the different behaviors and, you know, I suppose the different temperaments of the characters that are around. Hi Drew, as I was just saying, it could be a number of different factors. There could be perhaps maybe a grebe popping up, maybe even one of the Egyptian geese. Could be a blacksmith lapwing, could be one of the springbok also bouncing about or bounding around. Even one or two of the zebra also just getting a little spook, maybe, you know, water slapping its nose or something like that. So quite a few variables that might take place and kind of cause a little chain reaction there. As I said, it could also be a whiff of something in the air. Who knows? Obviously we can't smell right now, as I said, so it'd be tough to kind of figure that one out. But you know, a number of different variables that perhaps may spook one or two of the zebra, and that kind of just means that within that kind of herd mentality, it's best to kind of get moving then. You don't want to be the last one or the slowest one. It's always lovely just to sit back and just enjoy this action and kind of the theatrics of what goes on. Nice to pick out the foals as well. Always cool to see them. Of course, always nice to see springbok lambs too. And it was awesome to see some of the wildebeest calves earlier as well. But nice just to have all of this action. Nice just to sit back and just enjoy it, really. So a couple of the black-faced impala also making their way through there, just kind of, I suppose, to the back or almost to the flank of the majority of the zebra that are here. You'll just be able to notice that very russety red color, quite camouflaged with the waterline as well. But nice to have them here with us, nice to get them at the waterhole. It looks like one of those kind of little ebbs of zebra activity for the moment. No doubt it will continue to flow, and of course that action increasing. But still lots going on here. and lots just to sit back and enjoy. More and more zebra coming down now. There's one lone wildebeest with them. Also picking up quite a bit of wildebeest audio throughout the course of the morning so far, so that's also been quite cool to hear. Really fantastic that the tap is on and open. Lots of wildlife coming through for us because of this. All very cool just to sit back and enjoy, as I said. There's some of that exuberance I was talking about earlier. And of course, different zebra and different harems, obviously, I think, kind of a different level of thirst when they do come down. So always cool to notice that. So it's quite cool just noticing how this lone wildebeest is just here off to the side of the zebra. Looks like a bit of the cloud cover slowly starting to burn off. And nice that the springbok are right in front of us as well. Hi Taris, and I'm assuming you are talking of zebra in terms of, you know, the animal that you're asking for, how quick it may start to walk. So I just want to double check that. So, okay, cool, fantastic. So zebra foals in particular, they are born rather precocial. Precocial meaning that they are very much able to get to doing exactly that. And it's roughly within around 15 minutes or so from that birth, the birth of a foal, that newborn then will start to walk and obviously stand up. So very, very active indeed. Within 15 minutes, and those legs of theirs very long, bottom of their stomachs kind of being able to then kind of hide themselves within a harem, if that was the case, because the stomachs are all then at the same level. Just interesting things, and obviously evolutionary patterns and things that have occurred over lifespans to allow these different traits to occur. So we were just talking about zebra foals, and of course within 15 minutes or so them being able to stand and walk. It's also noted obviously that the mares, so the zebra mares, will keep their young, and that meaning the baby foal, kind of separated, so that the baby then will learn her smell and stride pattern as well as her voice. And that'll take a couple of days or so, kind of before they are really kind of immersed within a harem and properly then integrated within that kind of little system, a little family network of theirs.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
So still lots going on. Lovely to see others come through. Nice to have that one springbok kind of wading through like that. A little bit of swimming practice perhaps. But they can't really swim. They'll be mostly wading into the water there. And I'm sure we will be joined by more zebra harems at some point. It looks like these guys are pretty settled here for now. And I was just talking about how the springbok numbers had kind of dipped, but definitely swelling right up again. Lots of them around at the moment. So the Egyptian geese clearly back. Quite a bit to say there. Looks like they are almost intimidating the springbok on the other side. And still lots going on. So the zebra numbers not faltering. The zebra not fading on us either. Clearly still lots around in the area. So lots for us to hopefully check in with and see today. Many characters that are about here at Okukuyo. Hi Daniel, and yes, it does look like that, although the water level has decreased quite substantially because of all the zebra numbers and the zebra that have been through in the last 2 weeks, but it is man maintained, so it is a pumped water hole. So there is water here year round. But with good rains, the level did increase. And with all the zebra that came through, the zebras do consume a fair amount of water in a day, sometimes up to 23 liters or so. But it is maintained, and it is a pumped water hole, so there is water here all year round. So really a fantastic start here that we have had in Kikuyu this morning. Lots going on. I'm sure that will be the case for the rest of the day. But it is time for us to say good morning to Andrew and Rian, who are across in Madikwe.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good day everybody. Welcome again to Madikwe Game Reserve this morning. And we have started off with an elephant over here. He was just at one of the pans not moments ago, busy doing some mud wallowing and scratching, and now he is slowly mobile off. Beautiful. It's actually got broken tusks. Look at those clouds. Beautiful, isn't it? Morning again, everybody. My name is Andrew, and I have Mr. Rian behind the camera this morning. We are doing well. I hope you are too. And it is nice and warm today. So let's see what today is going to bring. And for the moment, we're just going to see if we can't just see this elephant bull that's just gone behind the bush now. So yeah, I think he has gone. Let us try and do some bird watching while we are over here, and then I think I will probably push on if nothing else happens. Oh, saved by a warthog. A happy little warthog that, and there's some youngsters in this group as well. I hope they're going to mud wallow, because they really have a good time mud wallowing, these youngsters. Ah, there we go. One is in the mud. Yes, so on today, especially a day like today, we can expect animals to utilize these mud wallows. That's why we come here. We don't want to drive around aimlessly, because, you know, we are with you for a period of time and we want to make the most of it. And so we go and often discuss amongst ourselves in the morning when we're having a cup of coffee and before we start up and check the vehicle, where are we going to go and what's the plan. And especially in a game reserve like Madikwe, when you have nice mud wallows and big dams, this is a great place to start looking for animals. Slowly wandering off there. It's quite an interesting one. There's 2 adult females here, yet there's 4 piglets. Hilda, nice and adorable, isn't it? Yeah, it's very cute. You know, most animals are very adorable. Warthogs, when they're very young, are, I would say, one of the most adorable. Baboon youngsters are also quite adorable when they're young. I'm not sure if Madikwe's actually got bush pig. Bush pig is a very different animal, and most people, when we mention bush pig, they might think that we're talking about a warthog, but actually it's a different species altogether. Now, warthogs are more common than bush pig, but warthogs, you know, they're day-active animals. They don't like to be out when the sun has gone down because their eyes are not adapted for that, and also their eyesight is very poor, actually. And so when that sun starts to go down, you find that warthogs are in the burrow, and then they'll sleep underground during the night. But this is the time when the bush pigs start to wake up, and they operate mainly at night. Sometimes in the winter you see them in late afternoons in game reserves where they do occur. Now, a bush pig is a lot larger than a full-grown warthog. They are very big animals. Some of them have been recorded to go over 100 kilograms, whereas a nice heavy warthog is going to be about 80 kilograms, roughly around about there. So 20 kilogram difference makes the world of difference, actually. Now, bush pig, you don't really see their tusks. They do have tusks, but they're not so pronounced like warthog. Bush pig is not grey, it's brown with quite long hair on the body with a white ridge or stripe in the middle of its back. Now, as Rian is just moving slowly there, you'll see logs are full of mud there and they're very well polished. So the animals really do use these logs that are pushed over. And this is another ecological niche that nature has. You see the tree's been pushed over by an elephant at some point. The tree has died, sadly, but there is another use for it now. Animals are going to use them as scratching posts, remove those ticks that are not really wanted on their bodies. They'll remove them off there. And then, perfect perching spots for raptors and owls at night and various other birds during the day. There you go, perfect example. Sometimes I wonder if we had to put a stationary camera right here and stream it, you would see a lot of animals come there, from elephant to buffalo to warthog. Various other types of species animals are going to come up there and rub their bodies. Now, elephants know all about these scratching posts, and they do sometimes return to areas where they have a favorite scratching post. Sadly, they do adopt telegraph poles in game reserves, and when they use that as a scratching post, they get thinner and thinner, like a matchstick, and thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner, and they can snap the telegraph poles. Now, there's a very good example of a very well-used stump. Now, mainly elephant have been polishing this off very well over a long, long time. We saw an elephant bull actually crouching over that, trying to scratch its stomach. And of course, its buttocks, and every now and then, even their private parts, sometimes they just try and scratch them free of those ticks. Good one. All right, we're going to send you over to Trishala, who's in the Eastern Cape at Kariega Game Reserve.
You are looking at some very well set up bones. A skull, to be exact. It's well set up because I jumped out and set it up for you. So we can have a really good look at the dentition of a warthog. I know it's not a pretty sight, but it's pretty interesting. Oh, look what I did there. You know you're really, really funny. Not funny, punny, when it just slips out like that. That's a good way to gauge your punniness. Anyway, we are looking at a warthog's skull. I'm not sure when this warthog would have died, because upon investigating it, which I did off the vehicle, it was still had a bit of hair in it. There's still a bit of skin down the front, and you can see that the lower jaw, so this here is the lower jaw, this lower jaw is has got smaller tusks than the upper jaw. the tusks on the upper jaw are really, really, really large. But they're more for show than they are for any good use, really. I mean, they will dig with it and things like that, but that's not the one that's going to cause you significant damage. If we look at the back of the skull, we will get into the dentition in a moment, but I just want to show you the different parts. So, this portion of the skull, not looking at the teeth now, can you see at the top, at the top there's a bone. That's its first vertebra or its axis and axle bone. I'm not sure. Or at least where it would slot in. So that's basically the base of the neck. And then on the side there, bones which the jaw muscles will attach to. Can you see they're jutting out on each side like two triangles? So the muscle will attach to those bones, and that's what gives an animal the ability to move their jaw, just like us. Mandibular and maxillar muscles will allow us to move our bone. Now, move our jaw. So some animals, particularly animals that have a really strong bite force, like hyenas, they have really large bones on the side there, like we have on this warthog. Large, robust, but also anchoring over on top of the skull with a sagittal crest. Warthog doesn't have that. So that's the top jaw of this warthog. And on the other side is the lower jaw. I'm just going to lock you there so that you don't go swinging about. So you can see that there's tusks on both sides. The upper jaw, which is the one on the right with the really big tusks, those are modified canine teeth. So they're just canine teeth that have just continuously grown and gotten this tusk-like shape. Those ones not going to cause a huge amount of damage, but they will use it for digging and things like that. And then there's also incisors. So incisors are our front teeth, you know, the ones that we would use to bite a carrot. I feel like that's the best way to let you know which ones they are. The ones in front that are used for cutting or plucking, perhaps is a better word. So warthogs will have those, 4 to 6 of them in the front. Let me show you. So it's these ones right in the front, just about 4 to 6 of them. Now if we have a look at the upper jaw again, we only see 2, the others are missing. Kind of looks like when a baby's teeth are coming in. So you can also see that the tusks are really robust there. Now if we move to the back, oh, look at that, isn't that beautiful? So those are all premolars, and you can see that they are really built for grinding things down. And then moving across to our lower jaw again, lots of premolars at the back. There's that gap in between the premolars and the tusks. It's called a systema. Lots of animals that use or that eat vegetation have that gap. Just allows them to move things to the molars or premolars a little bit easier, more easily rather. And then if you have a look at these tusks, these are the bad boys. These again are modified canine teeth, and they are sharp, really sharp. So when we look at a warthog, those teeth are the ones, sorry, I'm just struggling with the angle here because it's quite low down. when we look at a warthog, we see the tusks coming out, right? The curvy ones that we saw in the upper jaw. The ones in the lower jaw, we see them when a warthog is eating. It just kind of pokes out a little bit when they have their mouth closed or as they're eating. But those ones articulate against the top section, the top jaw. And so they're constantly being sharpened. It's like when they're put away into the jaw of a warthog, it's putting a knife into a knife sharpener all the time. It's like having one of those knife sharpening blocks. You know, you put your knives in the block and it sharpens it. That's what happens with these lower tusks each time it closes its mouth. So they are very, very sharp. And you can see the edges, particularly the one on the right, has a nice sharp edge to it. That one will slice through muscle very, very quickly. And that's why it's very important to be careful when you walk in front of burrows when you're out in the bush. Because to you, it might just be a burrow that you're walking past, but to a warthog, it would seem that there's something approaching the safety of its home. And warthogs position themselves in burrows facing outward. So they reverse in and they face outward inside of the burrow. And if something comes along, they will burst forth and can very easily, one, knock you off your feet, and two, lacerate your legs with those tusks at the bottom. The ones at the top, yeah, they'll also poke you a little bit, but they don't have the same kind of cutting edge as the tusks at the bottom. This doesn't look like a very large warthog, but there are definitely molars on this warthog. So juveniles, or the deciduous set of teeth, don't have any molars, only premolars. And here I think I'm definitely seeing molars. So it's maybe a subadult, given the size of the horns, the tusks. I would say a subadult. Poor thing. I'm not sure where the rest of its skeleton is, but I really enjoyed having a look at this because it's not something you get to see often. It's not something you get to see in its entirety. I'm pretty excited about it. Oh, I wonder if we can have a look at the nose there too. The nose is one of the warthog's best senses, but it looks like it's in the shadow, so it's a little bit dark, so we can't see it. So while the tusks of a warthog are modified canines, the tusks of an elephant are modified incisors. Oh, Tommy, you think that this is fascinating? I'm so glad. The bush is full of fascinating things that are sometimes, not the typical things. And I'm really glad that you appreciate that, Tommy. Thank you. And strangely, I did say when we start, we've been finding all sorts of cool things, whether it's living, non-living, abiotic or biotic. And now we have one no longer living thing. Interesting. I wonder if it was the lions. I'm not sure anything else would have taken this warthog. I mean, jackals could take a warthog down if there's enough of them, and if the warthog is maybe injured or slow. But like I said, this is probably a subadult or maybe just a young adult. So it's going to take a bit of a feat to take them down. I mean, a massive boar could be up to 90 kgs, really, really dense. So this animal will probably be about 40 or 50 kgs. Still getting there, but still quite large. Anyway, let me send you over to Andrew now in Madikwe, and I'm going to move on from our friend who is no longer.
Okay, so this elephant bull has come back, but for a specific reason. Remember, he has already done a little bit of mud wallowing, so that is done. But what happened was a breeding herd or a family group, they started to come down, and they've arrived, of course, and he has decided to follow them and stay with them. Now, there was a lot of trumpeting happening earlier on. This bull is in Mas that is here, and so he is going to cause the members in the family to feel a little bit on edge, because there are calves in this group, and they were trumpeting and they were shouting at him and screaming at him, and he just looked at them, and then he turned immediately around and walked straight for our cruiser. And of course we made space, but we often see this behavior with elephants, and it's actually called redirected aggression. Now, he wasn't being aggressive to us, but he wasn't being friendly to us, should I say. And we see this with elephants. For example, this bull was trying to socialize with them, and they shouted at him and screamed at him and told him to go away. And then he turned towards us and took those frustrations out on us. But as a reserve policy out here, and I really agree with it, is keep distance to the elephants. Of course, make it nice for the guests, but always keep at distance, maintain escape options, etc. And that's exactly what we did. This young calf over here. So a little bit apprehensive about going too close to the water without the adults nearby, because this bull is really giving them a hard time here, it seems. Just look at this elephant bull making a real mess over here, just throwing all that mud all over the show. And he has currently stopped now. I would imagine the underbelly now is full of mud. I love it when they do that. They just throw their legs forward and back, causing great splashing of the mud, throwing it all over the place. Shame. When they do that, it really reminds me of my dog back at home, Maya. And once she starts digging a hole, you can't stop her. She's in there. Just waiting to see what will happen if this bull gets sort of mobile towards them, trying to socialize with, especially this female that's in front of him, and how she's going to react to that, because she's already told him off. And he's being very respectful, actually. He's calmed down a lot, sort of getting distracted in his own activities in the mud wallowing. Brenda, it's a gorgeous day in Madikwe. It sure is. Now today's a nice warm day. Still no sign of rain, and out here where we are in our position, we're not in any way affected by that cyclone that I believe is pretty much on the heads of the Sabi Sands Game Reserve. So we have got no rain. We experienced a little bit of rain when I first arrived, the first day I arrived, tiny rain. And we've had no spouts since then, although we've had some pretty awesome thunderstorms. But because of it, everything is dry. It's a very dry heat out here. It is humid, of course, when it rains, but it's also very, very dry heat. Now we are very close to Botswana. When we go further up north, we will see Botswana land. We sometimes actually drive right on the boundary of Botswana. Yeah, very close to Botswana. But talking about far away from where we are, let's go to the Eastern Cape with Bishala.
Look at this. Finally got the secretary bird. It's busy stomping on something. It's been getting a little bit excited. There was a bird mobbing it, and then it caught a bunch of grass and started kicking at it. So I think it's very hungry. So it might be just stamping for the sake of it, hoping to get something. Oh, this is incredible. Looks like it's definitely after something specific. I wonder what it could be. If it's that same piece of grass, I'll be unimpressed with the secretary bird. It appears to be the same piece of grass. Well, I suppose practice makes perfect. And when you don't have food, you can always pretend. Although this is an adult. Oh, this is amazing. I've almost never seen them this active. Always seen them walking about. But this one's doing a little dance, spinning around for us, stomping for us, showing us its best features, its most recognizable features. The facial skin, you can see orange and yellow. the quill-like feathers on its crest, showing it off beautifully using the wind. Oh, off you go, off you go. And that's it. Well, I think that was amazing, even though it didn't last very long. But thank you. At least I was able to follow a bird, albeit a little bit out of focus, maybe a lot out of focus. But I was able to follow the bird. Whoop! That was exciting. Now, if I were that secretary bird and I realized that my stomping efforts were used in futility because I'm stomping on a piece of grass, I would also get frustrated and fly away. But we really got to see how it uses its legs to really stun and kill its prey. Pretty sure there was nothing there. There's a whole lot of dead grass there in a pile. That was amazing. Yes. Crystal, you say, wow, what a sighting. Yeah, that was pretty cool. That was a pretty cool sighting. It's not often they are in one spot like that, just showing off, spreading their wings, stomping the ground. There was even a point when its mouth was open, not in frustration, like mine would have been, but in an attempt to cool itself down. So many things happening there. So many things. There was a secretary bird that was trained to strike on a force plate. So that's just a plate that you would find in basically labs or anywhere where there's animal studies being done. I don't mean the kind where, I don't mean mistreatment of animals. I mean like figuring out how hard a secretary bird is able to kick. So they'll train it to be able to kick on the plate. Plate is obviously very big. And a secretary bird was able to kick with a force equal to 5 times its own weight. So it's definitely going to stun any of its prey items, which is a very wide range. Reptiles, rodents, other birds. And yes, they do take snakes, but how many snakes they take is kind of blown out of proportion, because it's really dramatic when they have a snake in their mouth and they've killed the snake with its feet. Leopard Lover, you say that was a golden moment? I think so too. I think now it all makes sense why we couldn't get the secretary bird when we started. Because this sighting was waiting for us in the near future. That was great. Unfortunately, there's nothing else around for me to show you. I was actually just coming round the bend past where we had first seen the secretary bird to take a turn to go towards Zebra Plains. Zebra Plains is the area where we often see the lions. So that's where I was heading over to try and have a look. It's just way over on the other side, down there. You could obviously see the power lines as I panned across, and that's because this is very close to the gate actually. Just looking behind me, just in case. Now tomorrow is my last day with you guys here at Kariqa. So I'm very happy to have gotten this sighting and gotten to share it with you. One of the most frustrating things, I think, and as lovely as it is to have a sighting on your own, One of the most frustrating things is when we get an awesome sighting and you're just not with us when it happens. So this was great. Anyway, let me send you over to Madikwe, where there's some elephants, and I'm going to keep on moving.
Well done, Trishala. You got Secretary Bird there and Karicha. Very good, very good, very good. We've got elephants still over here, and it's actually turning out to be quite a nice sighting. Look at this. A little bit of a wrestling match going on there. Social rebonding, we call it. Those are two cows that were having a little bit of a headbutt there. You see how they are sort of responding to getting quite close to that bull there. Ears are open, so they are acknowledging him. Okay, so he is coming out the water now, and some of them are pushing back. Shame one of the calves just took a bit of a run, or a gallop, should I say. So currently he's in must, so he's in his breeding prime or condition. And as you can see, he is feeling a bit tired given the time of the day, as he's resting his trunk on his tusk. Oh, you must just watch this bull carefully, because he tends to like to come close to the car. Oh, that's cool. Very smart. So as this bull gets distracted by doing his own thing, one of the calves quickly getting in there. And some plain zebra just beyond them. Lots of different things happening here. Rian, you see how that cow is actually watching this bull and blocking him. That's interesting. So there's the bull on the right hand side, and while the other young elephants are doing what they're doing in the mud there, she is just keeping an eye on him. Okay, so you heard that sound. There's a lot of communication happening between the elephants now. It does, I'm not sure if a different family group is coming or if these are add-ons to this family. And there's a calf there that's about a year old that's just arrived with its mom. So I'd imagine these two individuals are definitely part of this group here. I wonder, a lot of communication happening just after these two individuals arrived, so I'm not sure if there's more coming from a different family. It's difficult to say. No, definitely part of this group. There's that youngster just socializing with that matriarch there. Fiona, morning. Good question. So Fiona, elephants are quite social, and they can socialize with other family groups from time to time. They don't really become aggressive towards each other. But naturally, when they move off in and want to get to different areas, they'll split up and go their own way. But it's very possible that at any time, even today, that several family groups may very well arrive here at the same time by coincidence, and you don't see any aggressive behavior between the different family groups. As I mentioned, they're very social animals, so they like to socialize, they like to do that. But I mentioned earlier, I was just wondering if these two that just came were part of this family group. So they definitely are, because the young calf was actually just having a touch of the matriarch, which we do see. Even the young calves, they're very respectful of the matriarch, and they like to socialize with her as well, because she is the leader of the group. Really cool sighting this has turned out to be, isn't it? This is so cool, just to be here with them. And we've been here for some time, so they've really accepted us, and they've forgotten all about us here. And we're seeing all this type of natural behavior, from communication to socializing to, sort of standing up for the bull. With all this that's happening around this little pan over here, it's quite surprising to see this bull standing dead still at the moment. He doesn't really want to move, but I think, the breeding group, the matriarch, has had some words with him, and there's some sort of understanding. And that's just the thing. If they're not interested, they're not interested. Look at these elephants all by this tree over here. Oh, this is so cool. So if we're at the time that we're at now, which is just past 10 o'clock Central African time in the morning, and the elephants are already seeking shade, can you imagine what today is going to bring? But what we have noticed out here, just the way the sun is, it's hotter at around, it's at its hottest point at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Not 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, but late in the afternoon. Just incredible. Lovely backdrop of the hills in the back, and then of course those nice fluffy clouds above, and just the green vegetation. And the soil out here is very complementary to everything that we see, because mostly it's iron-rich red soil, which for photography and for filming and things like that is superb. Now there are what we call sodic sites on Madikwe Game Reserve, and a sodic site is essentially when Bailey, morning. What different types of elephant herds can we find, if I get that correctly? So I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that. Maybe if you can just clarify a bit more. But what I think you're saying is maybe the different social structures of elephants. So let's answer that for now, if that's what you mean. So you can find big family groups and small family groups here on Madikwe Game Reserve. Now, elephant are quite common out here. There's no struggle to find elephant out here, and so much so that we don't really report them on the radio because you're going to come across them on all your drives if all goes to plan. But there is one family group that they do call in and report to, and this is quite a fair sized group. I'm not sure how many individuals there are, but there is quite a big number, and it's a big family group. But the rest of the family groups out here have got smaller little family groups, 10, 15, around about there. And then if you're looking at this family group, if this is the whole family group, there's maybe 9 individuals in this group, excluding the bull because he's not a permanent family member. And then also you get bulls that are by themselves, and you get bulls that are in bachelor groups. So bachelor groups are these younger bulls that are basically too old to stay with mom. The older bulls chase them out, but they're too young to try and compete with a full-grown bull. So these young bulls in this situation, they all come together and they form a little social structure, social bond, almost like a coalition, if you will. And as they get bigger and more confident, then they separate from one another and they become the solitary bulls, much like this individual you're seeing here. The bulls are not permanently with a family group. So he might be with these elephants now, but as they move away from this waterhole, I have no doubt he's probably going to stay behind here because they're not interested in him. So he's going to stick around or look for a family group that is interested in him and want to breed as well. And these are going to need to be either heifers, which are females that haven't given birth to their first calves yet, extremely receptive. He'll look for those. And then also he'll look for females that have got calves that are already big and independent, and she is ready to breed. But if they're already calves, like they are here, the mothers growing up these young calves are not going to be interested in breeding. They can't really afford to fall pregnant again if they're already raising one that is still dependent on her for quite some time. Resources are always limited, and so when it comes to milk production, females really need to pay attention as to having one calf at a time. Now, it's a very long gestation period, and I don't think there's ever been recordings of twins before with elephant. And it's a very slow development process as well. So young calves take a long time to fully become independent of the mother. Lovely to view these ginormous animals, but I believe Trishala has a very small animal she wants you to have a look at. Let's go see.
I have something that we speak about often but we don't get to see very often. So these are 2 African monarchs, but they're now known as African plain tigers. And we always talk about how they feed on milkweed and it's toxic. But here we get to see it. Not only are they feeding, they look like they're mating. So the one on the left is the male. If you look at the underside of his wing, you can see that he's got more spots, and one is particularly close to his abdomen. But the one on the right is a female. She's lacking that spot. So it's very likely that they are busy mating. You can see that the ends of their abdomen are touching, and they're hanging on to their favorite plant. They consume milkweed, particularly as Well, obviously they're not consuming it as adults, because then when they're adults they've got a proboscis, so they're going after nectar. But as a larval, or in their larval stage, they will eat milkweed. It is their larval host. It is the number one plant for them as a larva to feed on. So once they're done mating, she will lay her eggs on this milkweed. And then when they hatch, the little caterpillars will begin eating the milkweed, and in so doing, accumulating the toxins within them. So milkweed, this one doesn't have any of the little balls in it, but we saw it earlier when we just arrived and we were looking for the secretary bird the first time. We saw the milkweed and the dried balls hanging on it. So it exudes a really toxic latex, white latex. Plants can give off two different types of latex, clear latex and a milky white latex. The milky white latex is usually exuded as a defense and is usually toxic. The clear latex is usually used to heal wounds and cuts and things like that. So basically to give a barrier between the external environment and the internal environment. So the milkweed gives off a white toxic latex. And that white toxic latex doesn't affect the African plain tiger or monarch butterfly. Instead, it just accumulates it and keeps it in its body. So that is why when we think about African plain tiger or monarch butterflies, they are not venomous, but they are poisonous, because they are not creating the poison or toxic substance within them. They are accumulating it from their external environment. They're accumulating it from the latex in this milkweed plant. And then it's there as a caterpillar, and then it forms its chrysalis and it starts to metamorphosize into a butterfly. And you know, still what happens in that chrysalis is somewhat of a mystery, in fact mostly a mystery. They liquefy and then they reform, and somehow each one of those cells know exactly where to go to put the animal back together, and know where to place the toxins. So the toxins that found in the milkweed has accumulated in the caterpillar. It then metamorphosizes into the adult, and the toxins tend to go towards the edges of the wings. Now that's really important, because when a predator comes along, a bird comes along and grabs them, the part that they're going to go for that's most obvious and is the biggest portion of their body is their wings. So if they clip the wings and then realize, oh, that doesn't taste very good, the butterfly still has a chance of survival. So it's important where they're accumulating those toxins. It's just really amazing to see it happening, because I've read about it so much. I've seen African plain tigers or monarch butterflies so many times, but we don't get milkweeds up in Djuma. Or I've never seen a milkweed plant in Djuma. There could be in other areas, and obviously I haven't seen every single patch of Djuma in terms of vegetation. I don't think anyone has. They're in that area, but I haven't seen them. So it's nice to be able to actually see butterflies doing their thing on a milkweed and be able to show it to you. So I'm pretty chuffed. Pretty chuffed indeed. They won't only feel or feed on milkweed, but it is their favorite larval source. And there's plenty of them in this area. And these butterflies will favor open areas, obviously open areas with milkweed. They'll sometimes even feed on poaces. So poaces is the grass family. And if they have a nice open area, it allows them a couple of things. One, to be able to find their milkweed hosts, because the milkweeds also like these open grassy areas, and maybe an alternative food source in the form of one of the grasses. Also, they'll be able to spot each other quite easily, get warmed up very easily. If you've ever seen insects in the morning, if you've seen butterflies in the morning, you'll see them vibrating their wings, trying to warm up. And they'll often, and I know you would have seen this, if you see them in the morning and they're perched and they're slowly opening and closing their wings, they're trying to warm them up and trying to collect as much sunlight and warmth as they can using their wings. So an open area like this is really good for these butterflies. Even if it means they sometimes have to hold on for dear life with the wind, particularly in this area. Adults, of course, are going after nectar. Remember we spoke about the Lantana camara, the invasive species that we find quite a lot here. There's a problem with it. That flower, these butterflies really enjoy drinking nectar from. There you can see the dotted body, black and white. Leopard lover, you'd like to know what happens when the male doesn't listen to the monarch. Okay, because I thought you were making a joke, leopard lover, but it's just Morgan that got tongue-tied. I'm sure I'll get your question again soon. But I thought that was a very either it was the beginning of a joke or the opening to a very existential discussion. Female African monarchs or African plain tiger butterflies are sometimes called queen tigers, which I quite like. Sorry, leopard lover. It was just Morgan, MC Morgan, which is different to Cam Up Morgan. She was just having some brain flatulence, but all is restored now. So once these two are done with their mating sesh, they will lay their eggs, or she will lay the eggs with her ovipositor, that's at the end of her abdomen, under the leaves of this plant, preferably towards the bottom. Towards the bottom makes sense because if she were to lay the eggs at the top, it could be browsed by something that's very desperate, because not too many things want to eat a milkweed. But it could also be hit around in the wind and things like that. Birds could spot it. And so towards the ground is best. And she'll lay it under a leaf, and they hatch within a few days. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Now, since I only have today and tomorrow left with you, I really wanted to say hello. but I was not sure how I could do it. And now I've figured it out. Oh, off they've gone. I've now figured out how I can say hello. I hope this works. Hi! I hope that you can still see me because I can't see the camera when I'm looking at you. Alright, should we head off and have a look for some lions? Or some elephants? All would be very, very welcomed. First you can look at this beautiful landscape. You can probably hear that the wind is picked up. And while we will have some cover while we move through the valleys, we're not really going to have cover once we head up to Zebra Plains. But nevertheless, we will have a look because even though it's windy, it would be nice to at least see the lions. If I'm able to find them, that is. This was a very cool sighting. Anyway, let me send you back over to Andrew and those elephants while I go look for some lions or some elephants of my own.
Okay, so we have two individual elephants that are currently left at this little waterhole over here. That family group is now upped and gone. And someone did notice that this elephant bull that is around this group over here, we'll show him to you in a second, has got sort of a lump on what we would call the elbow, so at the back of the elbow. It definitely has a growth of sorts. I don't know if we're going to see it from this angle over here because it's on the left leg in the front. But it seems like a growth of sort, which I have seen with elephants before. But it doesn't really affect them as long as they're in good condition and everything is fine. And the growth doesn't get too big, then they can be fine. But sometimes, you know, when elephants do lose condition, enough condition, i.e. an old individual, much like this individual over here, sometimes, you know, the immune system is compromised and those growths can become problematic. So who knows what that growth is? I have no idea what would cause that. Maybe we can just see it in the inside of the leg there. But he seems fine. There's no problem bending the joint. He's walking fine. He's behaving as normal. So he's fine. He's 100% fine. Now, if I had a growth like that on my body, the first thing I'm ever going to do is go straight to the doctor. But we often see with nature, you know, they are incredibly strong. They are very, very strong. And for them just to topple over and die from something, it takes a lot. And they just continue as normal. Now, what is he doing? Is he acknowledging something, or is he just walking there? Ears are open, so he is in musk, so it seems like he's walking straight to that zebra that's over there. Okay, so he's bypassing the zebra. You know, sometimes when they're in this musk state, especially, you know, bulls that have been in musk a few times, or maybe even their first time going into full musk, a little bit of inexperience, they start charging all sorts of animals, from the antelopes to the warthogs and things like that. But a bull of his stature, it's not his first time going into musk. He's been in musk many, many different times in his life. And he knows how to behave when he's in musk through that experience. So, yeah, definitely is curious by that zebra over there, just chasing him away there, sort of, just taking his little spot. He's actually walking right around the bush where that zebra went. So we will probably see the zebras popping out now. They're not going to stick around when an elephant bull is walking straight towards them. And I should imagine he's going to pop out any second as well. And there he is there. Hi there, leopard lover. Good question there. So, say this bull was being a real bully to the calves and not listening to what the matriarch was saying through her vocalizations. She can actually get quite aggressive with him and actually go for him. And the one thing I've noticed, even an elephant bull, even though he's bigger than what a female is, a full-grown female, and even though he's in must and his testosterone is spiking and he's going to be a bit more aggressive than what he would normally be, when a mother elephant or the matriarch comes stomping, he is not going to argue with that. And the reason is, and I'm sure for all the women out there who have got children, the motherly instinct is something, and the sort of the protection of the mother is something you don't mess with. And we see this in the animal kingdom a lot, where mother animals go for the male, for example. He is bigger than her, yes, but he is respectful. He's not going to argue. He will probably end up running away, because that force is like no other. A mother protecting her calf, you don't ever, or her baby, you don't ever push that limit, because there will be consequences to that. To answer the rest of your question, would the other adult elephants form a front against him? Yes, that can also happen, where they might also put him in his place. So I want to see if he's actually going to drink that water. We saw him put a little bit in his mouth, but not much. Now, what you know about elephants is that they do like the fresh water. And this water is a bit muddy. So I think what he's doing is just hydrating his lips, putting a little bit of the moisture in his mouth. Now, there is a dam further north, which to drive is pretty far for us, but for elephants, not too far. So I'm pretty sure that's one of his main areas where he drinks. There's also a nice waterhole in the southwest of our position. So more playing with the water there. See, dumped most of it. It's always a good idea just to hydrate the inside of the trunk and lips and mouth. So we have seen this bull here a few times, and I think he is smart enough to realize that if he just sticks around here for long enough, he will have an option to socialize with almost an endless amount of family groups that might come through to this area to mud wallow, because this is a well-known mud wallowing spot. With all the elephant tracks that I've seen around here, it's incredible to understand how many elephants actually come here. So if he sticks around here, he'll have the opportunity to mix with many different family groups. Let's see, where is he off to? give it a few moments and see if he pops out there. So he's directly behind this thorn tree over here. Hey Rashawn, I'm not sure what can cause this growth. I really don't know, hey. Yeah, that's a tough one. I think there's various reasons why animals might get growth. I don't think there's one specific reason, but I don't know them. You know, I do know that sometimes, you know, tuberculosis, especially with buffaloes who have been known to carry TB. I don't know if Madikwe has got TB on the reserve. I'll have to find that out for you. I doubt it though. When, say for example, lions manage to catch a buffalo that has got TB, we noticed in the Timbavati that they were getting those growths on the back of the joints and the front legs. And we noticed when the lions would go long periods of time without eating, those growths literally got bigger. I'm glad we decided to come to this dam. Let's head off to Djuma Dam Cam for now. Let's see what Alex is doing.
Thanks, Andrew. And yes, we are here across in Djuma, Isabi Sands, with what looks like Dewey, the hippo. Of course, lots of hippo action that we have had of late as well, so always awesome to check in with them, see what's going on, pick up on some of the other fascinating and big animals that we do get at the different areas. So quite fantastic that he is here. It is a little windy. Virgil Starling's going rather wild too at the moment. Just going to have a little zoom out. But it does look like it's just the one hippo for today, or at least for the moment. Another Cape turtle dove, but it is also, as I said, rather windy across here. Of course, tail end of Hurricane Freddy, or Cyclone Freddy. Obviously was downgraded, but of course bringing in weather and wind being a consequence of that, although it has made landfall, and that was a few days ago. The wind's still prevalent, along with weather system. Kind of that low pressure cell that will be pretty prevalent, perhaps a bit more north of us from here, but definitely wind being a byproduct of that. It looks like we've got the Jacana as well, just to the left of us, also scooting around and having a little forage. We'll try and get a little look at that because he looks to be far more game for the camera, but sometimes just taking it rather easy. So we know exactly where the hippo is. I don't think it's going to move anytime soon. But the Jacana doing the most, and always cool to see these birds. Or perhaps a little too windy. I'll just have to come back a little bit, but quite clearly foraging along the shoreline here. There aren't any lilies for it to be skipping around on. The hippo has also picked it up. See, also recognizing that the Jacana is here and present. A rather fascinating bird. So you should be able to see how big its feet are. There's a blacksmith lapwing. Very long digits on the toes of the Jacanas. Of course, when there are lily pads and that around, they do then walk across them. There are two species of Jacana, the lesser and this one that we are looking at as well. If I'm not mistaken, there's also Jacana in South America too. There's a crested barbet calling as well. Really doing the most. Quite a bit of birdsong as well. So clearly a busy time of the day here. We are just trying to pick up and follow the Jacana as it feeds and is obviously in frame. So it's really cool keeping up with the Jacana at the moment. And if you have just joined us, this is, of course, a live and interactive experience. And if you are watching this on our app or website, you can register to ask questions or let me know what you would like to see or even chat about. However, please do subscribe to our channel on YouTube so Wild Earth can notify you of all the other amazing content we do have. And also be sure not to miss out on any of the other moments and highlights that we may have to show you. But really quite cool. A lovely little scene. Nice to spend some time with some different things. Crested barber going off in the background. Sounds like a Cameroptera as well. So interestingly enough, and we're obviously following this Jacana, there's in fact 8 species of Jacana in the world. I also only just found that out. I thought it was actually 3, but they are 8. That being the lesser and the African Jacana, the African one in frame, the Madagascar Jacana, and then we get the northern, the comb-crested, the bronze-winged, and the pheasant-tailed Jacanas, as well as the wattled Jacana, making up the 8 of the species. So kind of getting into the undergrowth at the moment. You can just see its head right now. Just keeping tabs on where it is. It looks like it's perhaps going to start moving backwards in the direction it came, foraging back along the shoreline.
At Wild Earth, we are dedicated to bringing kids into the wild on our live, free, interactive safaris. Many of you will remember that we used to do this on a daily basis prior to the pandemic. But now, courtesy of our Wild Earth Explorers, we're aiming to take schools back into nature permanently. We'd like to extend an extremely heartfelt thanks to our Wild Earth Explorers who have helped us touch the lives of so many children.
So we're still just spending time with our jacana. Of course, quite a special little lily hopping bird. And effectively how it's evolved is it basically has 2 tripods as feet, able to distribute its weight, very long legs, very long toes. And that then helps as they kind of move along different bits of vegetation, in particular lily pads. And it's basically that structure, that tripod-like structure with the length of the toes, then help it distribute the weight for it to move exactly like that over lily pads and the rest. They also do then, when they want to move their chicks about, kind of fold them up or tuck them up underneath their wings. And sometimes you do see these little kind of long legs poking out. And that kind of is really one of the interesting things that they do. So it's something you will see as they kind of move about from bits of vegetation to bits of vegetation. You'll see in particular under the male's wings these little kind of skewer sticks hanging out, and it's in fact the little chicks that are moving around with the adult then being transported. A couple of hornbills also calling in the background. And quite a bit going on, so it's lovely to see. Nice to have all this action. Of course, we were watching the hippo. He is rather stationary and pretty sure happy to just do nothing for this moment in time. Just kind of take a breather, and I think as the day kind of gets longer towards the evening, probably a bit more mobile. Hi Jesse, I think safe to assume so. Haven't seen either the cow or the other 2 calves yet today, just Dewey. But I'm sure that the other 2 calves are safe and well, probably just upstream in another dam. So the wind is getting a little bit hectic. It is picking up a bit. I'm going to zoom back out again. Let's spend some time with the hippo. See what it's up to. also be able to hear those Egyptian geese as well. Kind of alarming there, kind of hiss that they give. And there's a brown-headed parrot as well. It is squawking like that. Very cool bird. A lovely kind of emerald green, luminescent green that then extends down from that brown head. Very cool birds. They're very busy, hard to photograph and see at times, but very cool characters. So from the looks of this thing, the hippo not keen to move at all. Definitely Monday fun day or rest day for him. And I think just enjoying a snooze. Probably enjoying the same sound as we are, that parrot. But quite clearly very relaxing day for it. So this hippo clearly not interested in us at all. What we're going to do, let's have a zoom out and let's have a look to see if anyone else has come through to join us. Been some time since we've seen the Nyala here. We have had some good waterbuck action, and of course there were crocs last week. I haven't seen them yet though today. Water level kind of dropping a little bit. I can actually see a bit of a bank starting to form again here along the drainage line, and of course with the water coming through, it does mean that the drainage line might have actually changed with regards to its layout. And of course only once it kind of fully dissipates and drops will we be able to see any of that change. Might be a bit hard for us being on this side of the bank, but I do assume that there'll be some aesthetic change that has occurred because of that. There's something here we can have a look at just now. I just want to see if there aren't or isn't any other form of life that might be around, and then we can kind of have a look at that. Hi Callum, thanks very much for your question, and a very interesting one at that. And I mean, of course, it is possible to see hippos outside of the water during the day, and in particular when it is overcast. I mean, but it would also depend on some of the other variables around. You know, if it is moving, if there's a bit of pressure, say, from another bull that might be coming in to try and compete for territory, the amount of food resource that might be around. So there are a number of things. And of course, obviously, it is ideal for them, if it is overcast, then to be outside of water and then perhaps even grazing. I've seen it a few times. But perhaps if they were trying to move water source as well, that could also happen. And that might even then be in the dry season. So it really would be area specific, and also with a couple of different variables that might have to be looked at first to kind of get a better gauge as to what that is. But not entirely impossible. And definitely, you know, something interesting to see if you do see, when you do see hippos outside of the water, perhaps moving about and doing the rest. However, what we are looking at here, and I'm sure people have spoken ad nauseum about this, but this is a foam nest frog, and a little foamy substance is where obviously the tadpoles are hidden. They'll drop off into the water there, and then obviously grow in that cycle, that life cycle of there. So from the tadpoles through then to the frogs. The frogs are really, really awesome. They've got such a cool little bubbly call as well. One of my favorites. Very camouflage, very light colored frog as well. But awesome that this one has obviously nested here. Very cool to see this. In fact, it actually is illegal to move any adult frogs from an area where they are found. So you can, of course, take tadpoles and hopefully they'll grow into frogs, but it's illegal to move frogs themselves. To say put them in a pond of your own. It's better for them obviously to occur naturally. There are obviously indicators of, you know, the quality of environment that is around to get affected extremely quickly by any change to their environment, and that can be because of, you know, pollutants or other changes or that might be there. Of course, those very sensitive skins, those skins of theirs really being kind of a litmus test for the environment itself. But lovely things, amphibians really are great. They are so special. Fortunately, we can't see any of the adults right now, but this is obviously the product. And of course, as I said, the tadpoles will drop out of that foam into this little pan and then hopefully grow into big tree frogs and have more babies then after that. So just sitting here admiring this little foam nest of the foam nest frog. And what we're going to do is also just zoom out. So clearly back to the slumbering hippo. A little bit of facial movement there. We're hoping he does turn around for us. So I am hoping for that. But definitely awesome just to spend time. So still just sitting here with our very lazy hippo bull. Dewey doing the most for us, not really wanting to show too much face. Isn't unfortunately anyone else really around at the moment, so we're just going to sit and enjoy a quiet moment with him. Got a little tree squirrel as well about. Also got quite a bit to say and vocalize about. And he's literally probably sitting right on top of the speaker or microphone, very near to it right now. So perhaps not enjoying the other starlings that are about there. Looked like one also just flew back in and kind of landed right there, perhaps chasing off the squirrel. But it does seem that the hippo not going to be doing too much for the moment, kind of just taking it very easy and not that keen on indulging us. But there is quite a bit of action, and it is time for us to shoot over to Kikuyu and see what's unfolding there. So, of course, from a sleeping or slumbering hippo, we are now here, and the zebra action continues to unfold. Springbok in the water too, and of course, that gemsbok slowly making its way out. The Egyptian geese are also in the center of the waterhole right now, and a couple of Cape crows that are calling. But lovely scenes. Great to sit back again and just watch how this all kind of unfolds for us. Nice to have these zebra approaching. I'm sure they'll hang around for a little bit. It's starting to get rather warm there. Cloud cover that was present earlier seemingly burning off. So the zebs being rather vocal, as usual. And a number of little harems kind of all meeting up together, kind of getting down to the water. It drips and drabs at the moment, but you can actually see the little pockets kind of form and then come down, which is rather interesting to watch. One or two foals also here and there. And otherwise quite a bit of braying. So it's always cool just sitting back and enjoying all of this. Little bit of zebra idols. Nice to have the springbok also coming through, milling about like this, hoping for some other characters. It'd be nice to get some kudu or a number of others as well. Hi Henry, thank you very much for your question. And you're looking at the two animals that have the greatest population here in Etosha, the springbok and the zebra. The springbok being more numerous by about a couple of hundred, to the second most numerous being the zebra, both around just over 15,000 odd in each of their populations here in Etosha. Which is rather massive if you consider. Very, very big populations of both. Always cool. It does look like we're going to have a little bit of a break. The zebra, I'm sure the numbers will, of course, swell again. Shouldn't take too long. But if you have just joined us, Wild Earth is looking for unique, jaw-dropping, beautiful wild animal sightings from our viewers to use across the different Wild Earth platforms. And of course, if you do have anything that you do wish to share with us, you can earn money, you can win prizes, and you can also see your names in the credits. And that is obviously on the Wild Earth TV shows. So if you are interested and you do have content to share, please do head across to the website and click on Content Creator to find out more around this. Here come two Gemsbok. And nice to have some different characters as well. Unhappy zebra there too. The oryx making their way into the water. Of course, going to enjoy some refreshment.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
So we've got 6 Gemsbok that are currently with us. And Springbok also enjoying some time here too. And it looks like numbers of zebra slowly building once again. And it's quite cool just sitting here with these Gemsbok for the moment. Also very different in terms of appearance to both the Springbok or the zebra. And nice just to be able to appreciate them for a second as well. So the oryx slowly starting to move off now. Zebra coming down again in droves. And the constant action that we have got to enjoy here of late definitely continuing through. And no complaints on this end at all. It's been rather cool having them all around. Looks like some Adam stalks. We'll have to wait and see. Really rather spectacular, a lovely way to start this, and it looks like two harems kind of conjoining here. You can kind of see the two different pathways that they have taken to get down. So very, very interesting and lovely to have this all starting to go on again. Nice just to sit back and watch. Hi German, thank you very much for your question. And no, this is not a malaria area. At least not that I'm aware of. I will have to double check, but as far as I'm aware, it isn't. But obviously a very dry and arid climate. And it would require a bit more water for that to almost be more a prevalent kind of source. Of course, the Anopheles mosquito being the carriers of malaria, or different types of malaria, or strains though too. As far as I'm aware, not in the area. I will double check though. So supposedly there is actually malaria here, although I don't think it is the highest risked areas either. I would think that areas such as the Kruger Park and the Lowveld being far higher, although there is here. And the prevalence of malaria kind of being higher, or noted that the risk increases a little bit between October and April. It's generally quite low from May to September. What's interesting with those mosquitoes is they generally have a kind of home range or area that they do kind of operate within, and they generally move via backpacking. So they kind of use other animals or things to kind of move from area to area. It's generally around 1 kilometer square they operate in at first. And at least I know in the Lowveld where it does get kind of moved around is sometimes through guys going to work or the rest, maybe a mosquito then piggybacking on one, maybe getting into a car and then being moved a couple of kilometers down the road, up the road, whatever you want to call it, and then, you know, infecting others from there. Of course, the female Anopheles mosquito being the chief proponent of it. Of course, malaria affecting and killing more people than any other animal in the world. So lots going on at the moment. The zebra action really coming through once again. It was a little lull, but it is under full swing at the moment. Of course, if you have just joined us, this is a live and interactive experience. And if you are watching this on our app or website, you can register to ask questions or let me know what you would like to see or even talk about. However, please do subscribe to our channel on YouTube, and Wild Earth will then notify you of all the other amazing content that we do have. Be sure not to miss out on any other of the moments or highlights that you might have missed out on or may wish to catch up on. So inundated with our zebra at the moment, lots going on vocally too. And it's now kind of the turn for the springbok numbers to take a little dip. I'm sure they'll also increase going forward again. But just awesome, just to sit here and just enjoy life unfold. So it looks like the numbers of the zebra are kind of building again. It's almost like the conveyor belt is under full capacity right now with regards to the production of them coming down. A couple of the Egyptian geese as well. And we do have one or two other interesting things going on. So the Cape Crows also starting to come and call through again. Nice to have them. It was a little quiet without them. They are basically ever present. There's more Springbok coming to join us now as well. And it's really been quite fascinating watching how the zebra have really come to grips with taking over the waterhole. Getting through and wading right through to the middle. There was a time where the zebra basically just stuck to the water's edge, and it was only the Springbok and the Gemsbok that would wade in like that. Of course, the elephants play in here continuously, and the black rhino also wade in when they do get the opportunity to. But really quite fascinating, and they have depleted this water source so much. I don't even think that, even though it is pumped, maintaining it or bringing it up to that level it was before, rather tough to do that, just with the amount of mouths that have consumed all the water of late. Nice to have this canoe here close to us too. Once again, kind of getting into that moment where it kind of has a little dip of zebra action. Lots of Springbok around now. And I'm sure most certainly that will change pretty quickly. And the numbers will swell once again. Hi Landon, thanks so much for your question. And you're hearing, and actually you can probably see some of them right now, the Cape Crows, a very raucous sound of theirs. There's Egyptian geese in the waterhole right now. There are a lot of blacksmith lapwings that are also present here at this waterhole. Good numbers of vultures around too. We have seen them every now and then too. But the storks, definitely that kind of large gathering and huge flock that we did see, that we're seeing, really a big standout. But also towards more of the salt panny areas, large numbers of flamingos as well. It's a great place to come through to see flamingos in season 2. Just on that topic, of course, also very good for birds of prey. Lovely to pick up on some of these smaller birds of prey, the falcons and that, goshawks, and the rest. So always cool to pick up and be in areas where you can get good sightings. Solomon, yes, it is indeed the national mammal of South Africa. National bird being the blue crane. And it is the galjoen, that is the national fish as well. National flower, the protea. The national animal of where we are right now, here in Namibia. The elephant. Across in Botswana, the zebra, which is also right here in frame. Nice to have a couple of wildebeest down with us now again. We've had a good number of them throughout the course of today. Some nice big herds too. Of course, we did also see some of the fawns. Calves, really. The foals, I don't know really where I was going with that. I'm getting a bit confused. But the tawny calves of them, I think that's probably where that came from. Nice to see them too. Some crows descending down upon us right now. And 2 zebras left to drink at the moment. You'll notice kind of how they are drinking. They just side on. It's probably easier to show it here from here at least. Kind of using that very long muzzle, almost like a hose pipe or vacuum cleaner with straw. Maybe you really want to do it. And drawing water in through those lips, kind of sucking it up in those large quantities that they will take. So it has been very cool, lovely to sit across here. Of course, nice to do some birding across in Djuma before this. But we're off to do some birding in Madikwe with Andrew and Rian right now.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much for that. So we have a vulture here at one of the dams, and it very much looks like a white-backed vulture. I'm just going to make sure. So I haven't seen vultures in such a long time. It can be tricky for me. Okay, so we'll just wait a little bit there. Okay, so yeah, whiteback vulture over here. It's quite nice. There's 2 of them on the dry sticks or trees over here, and we do see them drinking here from time to time. So hopefully they do come down and they have a bit of a drink, and it's always nice to see vultures drinking. Now they are perched in the tree. Not to say that there's a kill nearby. I think they came here for water and now just grabbing a bit of a perch. But typically when we do drive around, a while back, a couple of days ago, we're driving around and we saw a tree full of vultures. And we suspected that there was a kill. And we don't know that block well enough to just go in there with the vehicle. So we left it, and that very afternoon we went back there and there was some lions and so that's always a good indicator of potential predators in the environment. Okay, there is. Oh, nice. Nice one, Rian. So it's a black stork that's in flight there. Sorry about the pole. Hey, you're following it well, Rian. Yes, that's awesome camera work. Hey, you have to gyro all the way around there. It reminds me very much of BK when we were at Amakhala and we had those blue cranes, and then a BK managed to capture it as well. They are tricky to capture because once they start flying, they're off. So there is the black stork busy soaring, as well as 2 white-backed vultures. It's very tricky to get them because they are circling at the moment. Always awesome to see vultures in flight, especially if you haven't seen them in a long time. Do you catch that, Rian? Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Leslie. Rian says thanks. He really appreciates that. Now, Leslie, I'm not sure if you've ever managed to try and capture birds in flight like this, and you'll notice it is so hard. It's very, very, very difficult. But to do it while live on television, it takes a special type of a cameraman because it's easy to not get them and miss them and then sort of looking at a blue sky. But when you do capture them, like Rian has got them nicely now, it turns out to be quite a good view. Okay, what are these? Where are you looking at? You're looking over there. Let me take a look at binoculars. Okay, I'm not 100% sure. Alex, if you are watching, just give us a help here if you don't mind. I'm not 100% sure. But I'm going to look, and I'm sure Alex is going to look. And let's see who gets it first. Alex, you ready? Let's go. Not an easy one for me. Oh, so it is, yeah, spurring. Is this spurring goose? Oh man, let me just double confirm that. Yeah, I've seen spurring goose quite a few times. I'm surprised I never got it. Okay, let me just take one look at one thing. Okay, let me just take a look here. White on the back side, that's correct.
The state of our planet is now critical. Children are the future conservationists, and it is more important than ever that we reach them. By encouraging them to understand nature, love it, and interact with it, we hope that they will want to preserve it. At Wild Earth, we are now able to bring back our Wild Earth Schools program, thanks to our explorers. Thanks to you guys for helping to reach kids from all over the globe and teach them about nature. Wild Earth Explorers, making a difference.
So only the one bull here currently. We just give it a bit of time, and I'm sure breeding groups will come down. I'm not sure where the breeding herd of buffalo was seen last. I know that there was a mention of them. I think they were a bit far from our signal hot zone, and so yeah, it'd be nice to see a nice big group of buffalo. We've only seen bulls until now, small pockets of bulls and solitary bulls. I don't know if we saw. Did we see buffalo here the one day? That was at Skoko, yeah. Oh yes, yeah. There was that dam in the west that we went to. There we saw a buffalo bull in the water. You see all those white butterflies busy flying around there. It's a very common butterfly. It's called the brown-veined white. Often enough, when it is very hot and the water is very far away, afternoon, Sarah Lee. Sarah Lee, it's a good question that you're asking. So young elephants actually will lay down. They are much smaller than that of full-grown elephants, and so they get tired quickly, especially when breeding groups are moving, a bit of distance, and perhaps sometimes in the heat of the day. And those calves really get tired and they lay down, and because of their weight at that age, their skeleton can handle laying on their side, no problem. And they go fast asleep, so much so that you can sometimes drive quite close to them, and they do nothing. They just continue sleeping until suddenly they just wake up. But now elephant bulls like this is going to have a problem lying down on his side for too long. So they prefer not to, because their skeleton and their ribs, they don't like it. It's a big animal. So this bull you're looking at is probably about 4.5 tons, maybe just a little bit more. And you can imagine 4.5 tons on their skeleton, it's not going to be good. So a bull like this is going to spend the majority of his days on his feet. And when sleeping, sometimes he'll stand with joints locked and stand completely still in a patch of shade and just, catch a little bit of a nap. Other times, when they're very tired and they want to lean against something, I've noticed sometimes big termite mounds and trees. And I did work with an elephant bull in Timbavati that used to come into the camp there a lot and used to fall asleep next to the thatch roof. And then we used to get the phone calls from the people that were, inside, saying, "Oh, there's an elephant, we can't come out of our rooms." And we used to go and fetch them and, help them to the main area where they used to have breakfast or dinner or lunch. Okay, back to the small little spur-winged goose family. Okay, so just in case you have just joined us, my name is Andrew and I have Rian behind the camera, and Trishala, she's out in the Eastern Cape at Kariega Game Reserve, and I know Alex is on the dam cameras at the moment. So far it's been pretty good. We've had elephants at Madikwe Game Reserve doing a whole bunch of things. I know Trishala's had secretary birds and a few other things, and then Alex on the dam cameras just exploring what is coming out the dams. But don't forget, if you would like to send us any questions or you'd like to interact with us, you can send us any questions, comments, suggestions, requests, stories. Send them our way and we can discuss them. That would be nice. Yeah, back to the dam. So I've gotten quite used to Rian's eye. When I see him pointing the camera, I can almost predict what he's going to go to. But at this present moment, I thought he was going to go down to perhaps this blacksmith lapwing that is down here, which we will do momentarily. But very nice to see these spur-winged goose hanging around here. But there is a story I want to tell you. And it's very interesting. I'm not very sure how many years ago it was, but these 3 gentlemen up in the Nile were catching frogs and eating those frogs. Then suddenly, a few days later, these 3 gentlemen, they all started feeling the same symptoms and they were worried. And so they went to the doctor and they explained their symptoms, and the doctor presumed exactly what it was. They thought they had cantharidin poisoning. And so they asked these guys, "What have you been doing?" And they said, "No, we were up at the Nile River and we were catching frogs and eating the frogs." So immediately the doctor thought, okay, it's confirmed, it's definitely cantharidin poisoning. And so what he did was, this very doctor actually went up into the Nile and he actually caught some of these frogs that were swimming around there. And he dissected their stomachs, and what he found was remnants of the spittlebug. Now a spittlebug has got a very, very strong chemical, or I would say it's a chemical or a toxin called cantharidin, which nowadays is actually used to treat warts and cauterize warts on the body. And now these gentlemen were actually getting secondary poisoning from this cantharidin. And a very clever doctor figured out that, and also I know spur-winged gooses, and this is what I'm getting to, spur-winged gooses have been known to eat spittlebugs as well. So in some areas where people might eat wild birds, it happens from time to time. It's not always a good idea with spur-winged goose, because in the event that there's spittlebugs in the environment, spur-winged gooses have been known to eat on those spittlebugs and therefore can give you cantharidin poisoning. And there they go, just on the side there. There's Rian going straight for that blacksmith lapwing. Yeah, you're going for that one? Oh, you're going for something else. Ah, you got other birds there. What you got? Okay. So, what have we got there? We've got a few species of weavers there. I'm not sure. I think it could be lesser masked weaver, the females. And there's a wood sandpiper that's busy walking around there. Let's just take a nice look here. Just gonna just have a look at my book to see what's going on here. Gavin, morning / afternoon, just past 12 o'clock in the day. Wow, so it's afternoon. I stopped doing that long time ago. It was about 7 or 8 years ago. I stopped adding birds to my list. The reason, I just wanted to enjoy birds and just watch them, get to know them and all of that. I noticed that when I was trying to mark as many birds off on my list, I was really getting distracted on my game drives, and I was focusing a lot on the birds. And for some tourists, they don't really want to see birds, they want to see the bigger animals. So I noticed that was getting in the way. I thought I would do it in my spare time, but I realized, it's also nice just to stop and admire the birds and identify them. And later on, if I wanted to update my list, I can always remember back. But it really did calm down my birding. Because at one stage, when I finished school and did my course and went into the bush, the first few years, my life revolved around the bird watching side of things. But I would imagine I'm not as much as, say, Ben is. And I've got a friend who made Safari Guide of the Year last year, and he's just reached 750 birds. Now I think in total, altogether, my list would probably be maybe around 450 or 500. So that's just basically half of what there is here in Southern Africa. So I've still got some time to go and still got some birds to see, and I'm still learning. There's that blacksmith lapwing at the back there. Nice little drinking spot there, a little bit of shade and some shallower water. Very pretty. A few of the weavers. I suspect, like I mentioned earlier, that it's the lesser masked weaver. That's probably one of the more common weavers that we've seen out here. It's very important that they do a bit of water bathing. And they do have a gland on their body. I think it's called a uropygial gland, that secretes oil over their feathers. But sometimes there is a buildup of this oil, and that's not good for them. So they need to sort of wipe or wash the excess away, and they have a few mechanisms in which they do it. One of them is to go into the water like this and just have a bit of a bath. Also a great time to cool down, drink a bit of water. Ah, beautiful Namakwa dove just showing up now. They're quite a fairly small species of dove actually, and their tail is beautiful. It flew off, but they're actually quite identifiable in flight because of that long tail. There we go, a couple of blacksmith lapwings there. Okay, there we go. What is that? Let me take a look with binoculars quick. Not easy when they don't keep still like that. And this is what you can expect with birding. If you are into bird watching, you will notice that at points you find yourself pulling your hair out the top of your head. Because birds, they can be very tricky to work with and to just stick around so you can watch them and try and identify them. And most people, they get annoyed by that and will just stop trying. But if you are getting into birds, you must really try. And just to give you an idea, that I met a young man, I can't remember his name or what country he came from. This was a good few years ago. This young man must have been about 16 years old, and the amount of birds he was able to identify, because he had a massive interest for it, was incredible. And he never gave up. This young man used to sit at the dinner table at night while everybody's having dinner, and he would go through the bird calls that he thought he heard and mark down the birds that he had seen. And I have no doubt he's going to probably come into this field, from what I gathered, and specialize in bird watching tours. Now it's gone very quiet at the dam all of a sudden. Most of the animals have moved off. See, there is still a little bit of a sighting of that elephant bull that's just beyond there. Wow, Penelope, that's an interesting question you're asking me. Why do birds fly in formation? I'm just wondering, you get these birds that mammaration of starlings. Now, when we see the blue-bellied starling in some areas of South Africa, they form quite big mammations. But from what I've seen on television overseas, I mean, the amount of birds in one flock when it comes to the starlings or the mammaration is incredible, and the clouds that or the shapes that they form is incredible. We see this with red-billed quelea as well. I think, to answer that, and I'm not 100% sure, I think they fly in formation because when there's a lot of birds flying together, there is a risk of flying into each other. And so just, evenly spacing and knowing where their position is. Sometimes with storks, you see them flying almost in an arrow formation. We see this with hardy-dar ibis sometimes. And I think also it makes it easier perhaps to fly if you're flying in a formation. Because I'm not sure if some of you are aware of this, but there are microlighting experiences that can be done in Southern Africa. And this is where you go up in a microlight and you fly around. And in areas where vultures have learned to use the microlights, is that they fly literally right up to the microlight and they get in the backdraft of that microlight. And essentially the bird is being towed along. It doesn't really need to worry about flapping. It doesn't need to worry about doing anything other than gliding in this backdraft or this pocket behind the microlight. And the sightings and the photographs that these people are getting from these microlights, you are in touching distance of a vulture in flight from outside the microlight. It's incredible. So I think perhaps that maybe if if Alex can also touch base on this when he's on. He is a very, very avid bird watcher, and he helps me a lot out here. So I think Alex would probably be the best to ask that. In case you're wondering, Alex also specializes in birding safaris, and he does trips from time to time. I wonder what Alex's list is sitting on. I have no doubt it's going to be way up there. I'm just hearing a few crowned lapwings calling around here. They've just gone behind the vehicle. A little bit different to the blacksmith lapwing. Oh, there's also a few zebras that are coming down. See there, just in front of us. Looks like they want to come down and drink. And on the right side, I think on the opposite side, there we go. Shame. So I just want to tell you a few sightings that we have that we haven't been able to go live with because of various factors. But strange enough, we were live when this was happening that I'm going to explain now. But it was very tricky to get, and we didn't want to try because by the time you move the camera, the animal's gone, and gone for good. But while I was live, I could hear this squeaking sound, an animal in distress. And I looked on the ground where the sound was coming from, and I noticed, I'm not sure what snake it was a bit quick, but it had a pinky mouse. And a pinky mouse is a baby mouse that's still in the nest without any hair on the body. And a snake had grabbed one from I don't know where, and was slithering off with it, and this poor thing was screeching away. We've had 2 chameleon sightings while I've been here. One very big one. Wow, it was huge, bigger than my hand if I had to measure it. And then we also had a baby chameleon, which we couldn't really show you because of those factors that I sort of mentioned. There's a blue wildebeest just moved past there. Yes, oh yeah, that's it. We also had a cheetah this morning. We actually found the cheetah. Yeah, so we had a cheetah this morning. Sadly, the signal wasn't great. And we were driving around looking for the lions where they were spotted this morning, but they were stationary lying down somewhere in a sodic site that we call. And so we can't really off-road on these, or we can't off-road on these sodic sites. So we just continued, and we just basically drove around a corner, and there was a cheetah laying in the shade. And we had a few signal problems. We couldn't do anything there. And that's that beautiful female cheetah that I showed you the other day, looking very, very happy and healthy and stomach full, which is always a good sign. Now, Alex says his bird list in South Africa is about 500, but he's got different bird lists as well. So he marks off the East African birds and other parts of Africa and places he's been. Once you start getting to about 400, 500, you really need to think about traveling for birds to see more birds. This is where bird watching becomes quite expensive because you need to travel quite far for it, but it's worth it for those that love it. It really is a good pastime for people and a great hobby to have. It's gone very, very quiet now at the dam. Can't always be busy here. There are going to be times when it's going to be quiet. Remember that African wildcat we saw there, Rian? Yeah, so, second night or third night, I can't remember, but we're driving and we saw something walking in the road towards us, and we stopped and we had a look. It was a beautiful sighting of an African wildcat. And if you haven't ever seen an African wildcat with Wild Earth, go and have a look. Or you haven't seen one in your real life, then you must go and have a look and see what it looks like, just like a normal tabby cat. Very small, but not the smallest of the cats to be found in Africa. A small spotted cat or a black-footed cat, same animal. They are very small. Not sure if they're occurring here. I would imagine they do. I've never seen one in the wild at all in my entire life.
Thank you, Wild Earth, for this absolutely fantastic prize at Matea Safari Lodge at Madekwa in South Africa. I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program at its onset in 2019 and have absolutely loved every minute I have experienced in the bush with all the characters of Wild Earth, both human and hairy. Thank you again, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
Now, just to bring a heads up to everybody, my last day will be here on the 1st, and I fly out here on the 2nd, but I believe I will be back at Amakhala, if still needs to be confirmed though, so just to give you a heads up on that. But I'm going to leave it for a surprise for all of you as to who is coming in here next. I think you will all be chuffed when you see who's coming in here next. I know the person that is coming here is very excited. He cannot wait. So there's your hint. It's a he. It'll be interesting to hear from you who you think is coming in next, who you would like to come in next. And when that person does arrive for their first day, you shall know who it is. I'm not going to let the cat out the bag on that one. I'll give you another hint. He likes to dance when he's not live on television. He likes to dance. There's your hint. So, no flight today. Let's see what else we've got over here. There we go. And beautiful, beautiful blue wildebeest bull. Just look at him. He is magnificent. Formidable in every way. There we go. So if you manage just to look underneath the eye when he faces us, I'm sure he'll do it momentarily. I don't know what's caught his attention over there. It's probably some other wildebeests that are coming down to the water. He's busy watching them. It could be zebras. I mean, they do watch things in the environment very, very closely. But just look underneath his eye there. You see that grey patch on both sides. So that's actually a preorbital gland. And this is precisely how this wildebeest, or one of the mechanisms that a wildebeest has to mark territory. And out that gland, it has almost like an oil that comes out. Sorry about that. That an oil comes out, which is actually laced with a lot of testosterone, and this sort of leaves this orange mark on the trees. This orange mark is going to be visible to breeding groups of wildebeest, and then also other bulls that are in the environment. If they come along here and they see that marker or smell that marker, they're going to know that this is a territory already and it's being defended. Okay, he's just moved off a little bit there. Seems like he's coming closer to our vehicle. Doesn't have a problem with us. Petit Clot, you ask me, is it Cedric with a question mark at the end? So I'm going to leave that question mark there. It might be, it might not be. Could very well or very well not be. I'm not going to let the cat out the bag too much there. And I think it's going to be a great experience for the next naturalist to come in here. I mean, Madikwe Game Reserve, to explore this reserve is a very special thing to do. There's so much happening out here. And I was actually saying to Rian earlier on, I said, out of all the reserves that are in Southern Africa, when it comes to stimulation, when going out there and seeing animals and seeing amazing things, Madikwe comes very close to some of the areas of, like the Sabi Sands Game Reserve or Timbavati Game Reserve, where it's so much happening all the time. There's several packs of wild dog out here. We've only managed to really see the one pack. I know that there's a coalition of cheetah that the guys out here see quite a bit. And then there's that female cheetah. There's several prides of lions out here, spotted and brown hyena, blackback jackal, African wildcats. We've seen a few owl species at night. There's vultures out here. So it's intense. It really is, in a good way. I really look forward to, at some point, Tess coming out this way. I think she was really going to enjoy this place. I believe she had a really great time at Amakhala. I think she's still there, if I'm not mistaken. I think her last day is tomorrow. Or something along those lines. Okay, brilliant. Brilliant bit of time that we've spent here, but in the meantime, I think let's head off to Ukukuyo with Alex and see what he wants to chat about there.
Thanks, Andrew. And interesting scenes unfolding once again. The Adam Storks taking over, and we've got 2 bull kudus. It's lovely to see the kudus as well as the zebra. The kudus, and in particular bulls, have been rather scarce of late, so it's fantastic to get to see them. They are rather large here in the area. So it's really, really awesome. Lovely to see them. Nice to have them come through for us like this. And really quite fantastic having all the Adam Storks descending upon us. That disco ball is now definitely well underway. The disco ball of storks. Those shadows that are now cast as they come down and kind of settle in for the afternoon. So really quite fascinating. You can see those kudu bulls. Really regal in the way that they carry themselves, and also quite slow their departure from the waterhole. It looks like a zebra, and whoever else decides to come down for a drink at some point is going to need to kind of part the sea of storks again. I'm going to just zoom back out. Just want to start to have a good look to see how many storks are around. And definitely the numbers swelling quite considerably and rather quickly. Also, with the way that we are kind of positioned right now, it kind of gives you an idea as to really how many of them are kind of circling. So I suppose nice to just sit back and just enjoy as they do approach and come down. An interesting perspective of the storks too, this kind of moment in time. So the zebra is still with something to say there, but our focus currently is on the new arrivals. Still got to go through customs here, it seems, but I'm sure they will be around for the majority of the afternoon into early evening. But it is always quite awesome just watching as they kind of track themselves down. So the Cape Crows being the most vocal right now, but we're just taking, as I said, that opportunity to sit here and just sit back and enjoy all these storks kind of coming through to land on us. A number of them on top of the tree. There's a kudu walking right off to the distance there. One or two of them foraging, the others drinking, some others taking it easy, and others even preening. So it's really quite something being able to just enjoy this little side of life that we do have a little segue into at the moment. I'm not too sure how much longer the Aberdeen storks will be in the area, but clearly it is a little phenomenon, and it is something just to take special heed of and just enjoy. It's nice just to be able to sit here and say, all right, cool. All of these hundreds of birds coming down and really taking over the landscape, and being able just to see how that kind of unfolds, but also how quickly they do kind of get you and then take over. Hi Tammy. So as they arrived, which was a couple of weeks ago, we were kind of really in the midst of a green flush that was in the area, so there's lots of food around for them, lots of surface water too. They are primarily insectivores. So they will take a lot of the grasshoppers and that are around, other little insects and bugs that also are flushed then with that rain that does come through, so even termite alates, and then being able to focus on that, kind of build up those fuel reserves for when they migrate back up Africa. So clearly there's still enough food around at the moment. We did talk about there being a bit of precipitation around within the last few days, so it's very possible that there have been other kind of eruptions of other insects in that too, and they've tried to capitalize on that as well. As I said, fueling up before heading kind of back above the equator. Those intra-African migratory birds. So kind of tracking that. So my assumption is that they will probably track eastwards from here, and then slowly kind of up the Rift Valley, back around the equator, the fringes of it, and then across into West Africa and throughout the Sahel belt. But this is a really large flock, and I'm sure they probably do kind of disperse to some degree. But interesting to see. Lots still to be found out about that, I'm sure. So the zebra is still with quite a bit to say. Cape Crows also coming through. Some lovely audio, as well as the blacksmith lapwings we've heard rather vocal too. I'm going to get a bit of a closer look right now. It does seem like the number of storks in the air has slowly started to dwindle. I can't be 100% sure of that. We'll try to get a bit closer. It looks like there is a path that has been kind of cut by the zebra. And we'll just have to wait and see how long it takes for them to come join the storks, who are now here at the water's edge. The springbok also not really too bothered by them, it seems, also making their way down and also milling about quite nicely. So we've been blessed with a lot of things going on here throughout the course of today. Of course, it seems to be the storks' moment, definitely rising to the occasion and coming through like this in good numbers. The zebra's still about, and the springbok also making their presence felt too. A number of other interesting things. We had good numbers of wildebeest earlier on this morning. We had that lovely giraffe, and we've just had kudu. So nice to get all the other animals that are around. And it's always quite interesting seeing how the other animals kind of navigate their way through the wall of stalks. The zebra kind of pretty much pushy and shovey and just really carving away right through. And the springbok a lot more elegant about their way of doing it, kind of picking their way through any open areas and coming down. It does look like we've got a harem of zebra that is getting rather thirsty, so I'm sure we should have them cutting through the stalks soon. I see obviously anyone else that decides to come and join us. So it seems like almost like a dull in action at the moment. It really is lulled out right now. I think the stork's really being rather imposing on anything else that has kind of arrived yet. It is a wall of them. Those two Springboks managing to get through though. But interesting to see the different behavior of all of them as well. How some kind of just get straight to chilling, others mill about, perhaps try and forage. One or two get into the water, have a little drink. But I think others taking the opportunity just to rest up. Hi Caitlin, yes, we are hoping for some more rain. We'll then obviously have a little more green before we do get into the dry season once again. And then it'll become that kind of very barren Martian kind of landscape from there. But the green flush was really special to see, of course. Little devil thorn flowers and that came through too. And really just such a contrast. But I'm sure if there is a bit more rain, it will come right back again and we'll notice that kind of almost green meadow type of landscape from there. But there's some black-faced impala that have also made their way through now, and still lots of birds either reshuffling or also joining the party. So lots and lots going on at the moment. A very calm day, not too much wind, but a rather special one. So it does look like the numbers of stork just ever increasing. Lots going on, of course. It does give a very cool little scene to us. Lovely watching the shadows as it kind of was they kind of move over but get cast around the landscape with them coming down, reshuffling, but also I think the numbers just getting larger and larger by the minute. Really cool just to sit back and be able to see this all. Two wildebeest that are also contemplating coming down to the water's edge as well.
Amakhala, A wonderland of natural beauty. Now you can experience it for yourself at the Amakhala Safari Lodge, the perfect safari getaway where luxury meets nature seamlessly. Enjoy poolside peacefulness and exhilarating safari drives by day and fine dining with fireside coziness by night. Sign up to be an explorer and you could stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the Amakhala Safari Lodge.
So it looks like a little bit of a spook going on now. More and more birds have kind of raised into the air there as those wildebeest and the zebra kind of got shuffled off there. So Springbok though making their presence felt, and the Egyptians geese doing their best to stay out of harm's way. They're in the center of the waterhole right now. But even just from all of that zebra action we have had already today, you can see how the waterline has dropped, how shallow the waterhole kind of is at the moment. Quite fascinating to just see the different dynamic and how this all unfolds really. really is fantastic. We've had such an awesome escape to nature. And we are currently in Okakuyo with myself, Alex. Lots going on here. Adam storks taking a ride over from all the other mammal species. A couple of zebras still hanging off in the background there. They were probably the gold medal winners or holders just prior to the descendants of all of these storks. There's a black-faced impala that I can see there now. A couple of wildebeest that we've had. So nice to see some kudus, the gemsbok as well, and of course all these springbuck. And we've also been across in Kariga with Trishala and down in the northwest province with Andrew and Rian in Madikwe. Lots going on, nice early action there. Some birding as well across all the different locations. Nice to also see Dewey the hippo when we were in Juma earlier. And that lovely jacana that we were able to see. So it really has been quite fantastic. Lots going on. And the cloud cover that we did start off here this morning has slowly started to burn off. So it's always fascinating when the antelope wade in like that, and you can just see that one springbok really taking full advantage of the water right now. Not too sure how it's going to get out. It's kind of enclosed by the rest of the Adam storks that are here. But definitely enjoying that wade, that is for sure. And it's amazing because the numbers of these storks, it really doesn't stop. It's something that I've said numerous times now, but I still can't believe my eyes. I actually want to zoom back out and we can see how much bigger this flock has grown. And you can see it literally taking over all the real estate is here. Extending rather far also to the north, and just more and more of them. So how big and how many of them they are here, there are definitely hundreds of them. But that just shows you how far they kind of extend away from the water's edge. So really fantastic. Lovely to see all of this going on. I'm just going to keep having a little look to see. Lots more of the storks are still kind of descending down upon us. A couple in the trees. Some springbok being allowed to graze over here for now. And it looks like one oryx kind of parting through them. We're going to try to get a little closer. And then we'll enjoy the rest of the dynamic that unfolds from there. Hi, Angela. Thank you very much. And it is quite possible for the animals to contract anthrax if there have been carriers around here. So things such as vultures that might have laden spores, even zebra that might have dust bathed in a patch that might have spores present, and then obviously coming down to the water and spreading the spores around. So it is possible. It has occurred here in Etosha itself, and something that they do monitor in areas. And in other areas, other things as well. So things such as blue algae, which was a byproduct of hippo feces in overpopulated dams and that in the Kruger, did affect certain animals as well. So it is obviously very, very possible for bacteria and other pathogens and that to be passed across different animals, different species, and water holes and water sources. Water sources. Sources. No, just sources. But yeah. Really quite astonishing as to how many of these birds really are. Yeah, these storks is a little dust devil as well, making its way through the other side of the waterhole at the moment. It really kind of looks like an amphitheater of these storks. They've kind of taken that opportunity to use this dip and surrounded it, much like they're spectators. Very interesting to see. So perhaps is the Egyptian Goose World Cup that we might get to watch later with all these storks. So clearly getting rather windy there. Quite awesome to be able to watch these little dust devils as they form and roll around, kicking up obviously that debris that is there and present. So it doesn't seem like the Oryx are winning at all here in terms of trying to get through the stalks and down. And there's layers of the population that they would have to wade through. One or two European bee-eaters now calling. It actually looks like one or two of the stones that are in the center of the water are actually also starting to be exposed with all the water that has been consumed of late. That one Egyptian goose definitely taking the option to stand on one. That really has been rather fantastic. Lovely to sit here and just watch as this all unfolded. Lots of action going on. But it is time for us also to shoot across to Djuma and see who's decided to show itself on that side. So what you will notice right now is one flat dog, a crocodile, and one of the crocodiles has decided to come through, show itself, maybe frightening one or two of the terrapins. We did obviously get one eating one of the terrapins the other day, and I think this is the bigger of the two individuals that has come through to join us and pop out now. So really quite fascinating. You can actually see that huge tail of it. Really rather fantastic. Lovely way to actually be able to see how they actually move like this. Flat like a log, or straight like a log. they're actually using the tail to propel itself forward. The tail obviously exceptionally strong, very muscular, and obviously designed for that purpose. So crazily enough, this is obviously a very dangerous animal, but what we're looking at right now is obviously rather peaceful, clearly in its element, nothing to bother or obstruct it, and just enjoying life as it unfolds for itself here in the Sabi Sands. Oh, and I think it looks like this croc. No, there we go. Still back here. Just floating around, having a look to see. So it kind of almost looks like there's a bit of a kind of current in the dam at the moment, but I'm going to show you it's probably just the tail underneath the water. And that croc doing the rounds and surveying its territory at the moment. Hi, Grace. And that's an interesting observation. I've never personally swum next to or with a crocodile. It's something I don't desire to do. But you can actually just see it's mostly, I think, the elegance of how it's kind of gliding through. So clearly well-adapted aquatic animals. Of course, lovely and scaled. And that rather big tail of theirs acting as that rudder, propeller, really. But what they do also do is then close or lock their feet kind of down towards their body, further streamlining them. So they kind of like have them facing backwards, front and back legs. And that obviously then helps and assists with that. Of course, if they do need to move, it won't be as silent as this. That tail will move a lot faster. And because of that, you'll then hear it and it'll actually kind of so just got to check out, and obviously, if it is spooked, or trying to catch anything as well, it will obviously increase the speed at which it moves that tail. And you will most certainly hear that because obviously there's friction and the rest, and it will be breaking kind of the surface water as well. If it is on top of or even launching through or back down into the water, there will be that kind of splash sound. Also nice just to have the woodlands kingfishers here too. It does make for a rather peaceful scene, but I'm sure rather unnerving for a lot of other things. The Egyptian geese were following the croc earlier and most definitely alarming. They will definitely make sure that everyone is aware of the croc's presence. It does seem rather peaceful, almost like a weird paradox that is unfolding at the moment, but that is, of course, what is going on. So really fascinating. Awesome just to see those big scales on its back like that as well. Of course, they do have very thick skins. Obviously got that very, very powerful digestive system. Don't even corrode metal and that too. Obviously it does help with regards to eating bones and the rest of them that they will take in. Hi, Lindsay. Most definitely the animals will alarm call if they do see the crocodile. The birds in particular, we did notice a lot of the waterfowl, even the other day, alarming, kind of keeping track of the croc. Some of them also using the crocodile to their benefit. Of course, if it disturbed anything small that they may wanted to capture and consume, that's what they were doing too. But the Egyptian geese were definitely well aware of the crocodile and kept a very solid eye on it, as well as also chirping. But if other animals are around, other mammals, they'll definitely also alarm call if they do notice it. Obviously, crocs don't discern who they take. I've seen images of them taking leopards, as well as cheetah, even lions as well. Of course, hyenas too. So predator or herbivore, really all part of a crocodile's menu. It is obviously rather windy and blustery still at the moment, but the croc kind of slowing down, I think. A little bit of energy being expended. And that kind of down here is kind of where the drainage line then starts. So where the rest of the water then is larded or afforded that ability to go down to the next part of the drainage line and then across. So very cool to see. Lovely to just sit and spend time with a massive reptile like this. This is, of course, the biggest reptile found here in the Kruger Park, or the Greater Kruger Park. The second biggest one after that is the water monitor and the Nile monitor lizard after that. Of course, both monitor lizards being cousins of the Komodo dragon, the most formidable of the lizard species. So just waiting to see how far out this crocodile does get. I think it's probably going to bask. It might kind of try conceal itself a little further down in the drainage line there. It is a bit windy. You can just see that massive head and how powerful that jaw construction is. And very, very cool. And just from that side glimpse of the head, we were chatting about it the other day. So this crocodile having the second highest bite force of the crocodiles at around 1,300 odd kilograms per square inch. And the saltwater crocodile known to be bigger, and the biggest crocodile having a bite force of around 1,500. But of course, if we did have both of them, and both of them being of the same size, it would then be kind of a more interesting conversation to have, because perhaps there's actually a water thickney that's here on the right hand side watching the crocodile, so that behavior we were just talking about. But in terms of comparing the two crocs, it would be interesting then to note, if they were of similar size and age, who then would have the stronger bite force. I would think that a Nile crocodile, perhaps because of the prey that it does take, but I could be very wrong. Of course, the other really massive crocodile that we do get in the world, actually two more, the mugger across in India, the mugger crocodile found there, and the American crocodile as well, both very large. The American crocodile depicted in Peter Pan. If you watch Disney things, Captain Hook, that is the croc that would have been found there in the Caribbean and in Central America. And you also get the very highly endangered, but it's a fish-eating crocodile, the gharial, found in India as well. And Nepal, a very interesting and funny crocodile, very thin jaw that it does have, kind of like a little proboscis on its nose, its nostrils. Also rather large, but really not of much concern to human beings. Those jaws designed for fish, not for meat. The mugger crocodile there being the one to really watch out for. They also do get the saltwater crocodile. We're waiting to see if this crocodile will move at all again. Of course, it did give us a lovely little show when he kind of perused Gari Dam. And then came here to this little bank area. Quite close to Lion Bank or Lion Beach. It is currently underwater though. So really quite fascinating. Lovely to be able to sit here with this crocodile. It is obviously a bit windy. We did just have some Natal spur fowl that we're calling there too. And of course, if you were unable to catch up with us or join us throughout the course of today, you are able to download our app and watch the highlights and the best bits from each of the shows, including Escape to Nature on there. So if you have missed anything and you do want to catch up, do make sure you download our app. And then you can catch up on anything you may have missed. Of course, watch all the best bits that we might have seen throughout the course of today. It really has been a fantastic day anyway. Unfortunately, it is a bit blustery at the moment, but the crocodile really doing the most for us. That water thickney keeping a solid tab on what it's doing in its movements right now. So it really has been a fantastic escape to nature today. Of course, we are finishing off with this crocodile who unfortunately doesn't want to show us his face. He did give us a little bit of a glimpse, but he did also show off for us in the water. Of course, perhaps coming down from one of the other dams, I would think Chitwa. I'm not too sure. Perhaps one of the other guides can give us an idea later on when we are on the Sunset Safari. But of course, do stay tuned. Lots of action still to come here from Wild Earth. But it is that time of the afternoon. And we do have to bid you farewell, say adios, and we will see you again in the morning. So do stay tuned, obviously, for everything else. From myself, Alex, and from the other guys out in Kariega, Madikwe, of course, MC. Thank you very much for joining us on this Monday as we escaped to nature. Of course, tune in tomorrow morning, 8:30. CAT for another round. But do have a fantastic, wonderful afternoon after this.